Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Time to get back at it, get back to work. Let me know what you're looking at. Obviously, a lot of pops. Um, SPY is up. A lot of things gapping up. Even ABBV is participating. And guys, I'm gonna have to restart this stream, I think. And we'll just roll with it. Hopefully everything works out okay. Good morning. Jenny B. UA XLNX, WBA. I've got XLNX on the watch list for sure. Did UA have some news to the downside? I believe. Whaler, good morning. I was looking at some charts over the weekend. Let me duplicate this tab here. Wanted to look at Splunk. We said we were going to keep an eye on that one today. What's it doing? Yeah, it's gapping up with everything else. See, it's now, let's see, 124.79. So it's now above this resistance level that I had that I was going to be watching close for today. It's 125.44. Could see that being a level of resistance, maybe. I mean, if everything just kind of takes off the way that it's setting up, it could just blow right through that to this 126.73 has been an area of interest a few times. Something to keep an eye on. That's what it was. Federal accounting probe. I know I saw something, some news on them. Companies like that, it's like you got every kid that walks around the neighborhood. Every one of my son's friends, like they're all wearing Under Armour. Just like keep your nose clean and you'll be just fine. But it's like the athlete that has a knockout season and then gets busted beating his wife or something. Like, can't you just stay out of the news and then, you'll probably be okay? Anyway, this is Splunk is something I wanted to keep an eye on. Last week we played ZM. And I was looking at this one as well. Where's ZM at? So it's up a little bit, not as much as some of the others. See if it can get any continuation. XLNX is one that's been beat up Obviously, we've talked about this one a few times. Um, Here we go. We're open. I'm going to give things a minute to shake out. McDonald's had that news that they fired their CEO. And that one gapped right through a line I had. SPY 308, AbbVie 83. So who was in here on Friday when we were back and forth on those AbbVie 85s for this week? I know somebody played them with me. There was somebody else that was. So we'll see if those do well for us or not. That was a yellow. I don't think they have really priced those yet. That was quite the pullback. McDonald's still dropping for now. I am going to go look at XLNX. Oh, a nice pop. That was a nice gap up. Let's give it a couple candles here. You guys remember from last week when I broke my rule on BABA? I was not patient. I hopped in too quick. I like what I'm seeing here. Let's go see what the spreads look like this morning. Jenny B, if you're still listening, are you already in XLNX? BG going up, nice. Yeah, that was one of our swings from last week. I want to see if we're going to get a pullback here. All right, so sounds like we got our first alert was on BABA. And it says it's already up 30% on those 180s. Yeah, I like that. Wait a minute. It's at 180, and they got they bought the 190s. I'm like, how did they get the 180s for 27 cents? Because I read the number wrong. They're the 190s. Good morning, PB. What's up? What's up? Those 190 calls, 37 by 38. Oh my gosh, yeah, there's a lot of action on those. A lot of volume. And looks pretty good. See if we can get through R1 here. U.S. Supreme Court rejects charter appeal of Sprint patent verdict. And Symantec's unit sale brings new name and symbol. Norton LifeLock. Symantec changed its name to Norton LifeLock. I'm going to try a couple of those Babas. It's looking pretty strong this morning. But this time, and I'm not telling you to go do it, because this is exactly where I got nailed on Friday. Which you think I would learn from that, but no. Where are we at with our BGs? Our BGs are up 20%. And the AbbVies are up right now. I'm going to give AbbVie a little room. With these gaps ups. It's still early. There we go, Baba. Keep it going. So yeah, BG looking pretty good this morning. We're in the December 55s for BG. BG still going. Yep. And those Babas are the 11, 8. 190 call. And that's an ugly candle. Thanks for the follow, J-Bug. Welcome. All right, this is getting pushed down here. But I'm going to give it a little bit more room. T-Doc, isn't that the one that ran like $30 or something like that? Like not too long ago? J-Bug, I am in AbbVie already. Um, but yes, definitely watching that. Uh, in Baba from the alert this morning, and we were in a BG swing. We got into this on Friday on the alert, so keep an eye on that. Also watching Splunk. I'm going to go back and take another look at ZM. See what ZM is doing. What else do we have here? And a bunch of others that are just kind of on the normal watch list. But we can look at anything. Shout it out if you want to take a look at it, and I'll pull it up. So they're still hitting. They're hitting Baba still. Now they're 185s. Interesting. Two Baba alerts and a looks like FCAU roulette bullish alert. Am I too late to get in those Baba? I don't think so. If you like it, let's see if it's still. Let's see what it's doing here. Yeah, it still looks pretty good. No, I don't think so. I mean, so they hit the 190s first, and those haven't changed much. And they also hit the 185s. Let's see if we can push over this where we stalled out here at R2. We got to see if we can push over that here. You might want to wait for either this to push above this level here to give us some confirmation this is going to continue, or, another pullback like this candle here was. But right now they're pushing the price down from R2, so we got to get through that. And AbbVie continues to drift down. Interesting. Baba's got to get up and over. And drop on the SPY here. XLNX 96, almost 97, 96.87. And Amazon is over 1800, 1810. Wow. All right, those BGs, they're up about 30%. So if you have a smaller account, set a stop loss or, take a little profit if you like it. All right, Baba. Now we got to get through there. That is quite the pullback there from over 83. I like it. Let's go look at those. We're already in a couple of YOLO 85s, which haven't really changed from when we bought them last week. AbbVie does not like gaps, so this pullback is not surprising. We're still having a tough time on Baba right here with R2, but it's a battle going on right there. And Amazon is just... what was that? Was $20? Yeah, about a $20 gap. Got a repeater bullish on Facebook. And they're buying the 210s out to December. What are they paying for those? $1.59 for the 210s out to December. I don't want to hold Facebook that long. Based on the chart here, I think it's interesting they're buying it right here at R1 on the daily. Don't know if I want to buy it on this pop, this gap up. Um, but it did pull back just a little bit, and now, could continue here. I I don't want to hold Facebook that long because I don't know what news is going to come out on Facebook next week. So, not to say that you'd have to hold them, not to say they're expecting to hold them. That could be just because they're out to December. If this thing hits 200 today, those are only a buck 50. They'll be green on them. NASDAQ is for moron, your dad said. Okay. Does he trade Forex or crypto? And does he live in a box? So far, holding nicely, above this ADMA. See if that can continue. Facebook looks pretty good, but so your BGs are now up 35%. It's gotta get above that R2. More Facebook's coming in. Now we have 3 alerts on Facebook. Now they did, yeah, the 11:15 Facebooks. Let me show you those. These 11:15 200 calls for $2. And there's the Facebook options flow. And what time is it? 7:53. So they've just been hammering these calls. Some pretty big sweep. Look at this sweep. That's a $3 million sweep on those 200 on the February 200s. Those are over $11 though. Definitely not buying a contract that size on Facebook. But yeah, that flow looks good. And there we go, BABA through R2. And BG still moving up. So BABA, let's see, we're at 182.25. R2 on the daily, 183.63. And with that pop right there, those BABA contracts, mine did not move. All right, there we go. Now we get a Little movement on them. And nice pop on BG. Facebook pulling back just a little bit. And SPY, let's see if we're going to come down and test this 307.54-ish again or not. See if that can hold for support for the day. If Facebook holds this 8 right here and continues. Remember Apple last week on Friday, 3 alerts and just ran like crazy. Where's it at? 197. The 200s aren't too bad. $1.15 by $1.17. The 195s are a little more expensive. They're $3.60. But premium wise, better deal. There's a pretty close to the same amount of volume on this week's 200s at $1.16 by $1.18 as there is on next week's 200s, 220 by 223. If you're just joining, welcome. Looks like a couple more people have hopped on. Let's see if we can. We doubled the viewers from Thursday to Friday of last week. Interested to see where we end up this week. That's a decent sized pullback on BABA there. BG continuing to push for now. What are we at on those? We're at like 46% on those BGs. I'm going to take profit just on a portion of that. I mean, those are out to December. We got lots of time on those, but you know, they're up 45%. All right, so 208 is what I filled at. Roulette bearish to learn on Amazon. Let me get this. BG added here. 12, 20, 6 to 208. I am still holding some of that, but never hurts to take money off the table when you got it. Sarah, welcome back. You were, we missed you on was it Thursday and Friday, right? Oh, weren't you, you were in Vegas, right? Hope you had a great time, a great trip. Made lots of money, or at least didn't lose lots of money. Definitely knew the trip. Came back with, hey, if you go to Vegas and you come back with your money, that is a win. For sure. UVXY is just cranking here. And SPY still drifting down. Guess I should put the cues somewhere where you can see them. See if Baba can hold this this R1 level here, which was support on that last pullback. So we're testing it again. Let's see if it can hold. I have already trimmed some of that original position red, but I'm going to see if we can get a bounce here. And nope. It said, I don't care. I don't care about your R1. So it's all about your risk tolerance and what you can afford to have on the table with this. But on the 5 minute, you'd look for this 179.61 if it gets under 180. You'd look for that to hold. Master Tomasito, good morning. How's your NDSN looking today? Thanks for coming back. Hope you had a good weekend. SPY has just been, drifting down since the open. So I want to see where it's going to find its support for today, how far it's going to drift before it actually hits that level that people don't let it drop any further. What is BYND doing today? 81.59. And it actually didn't get that gap up. Not surprising, but it did not participate. It likes to go opposite whatever the market's doing, I think. That's not the one. I didn't want to move that line. Not a horrible spot here if you're not already in it. Using that 179.61 or just below it, as a stop. So ABBV almost, let's see, 82.77. We're in the 85. I'm going to hold those 85s. I think that's doable this week if this momentum continues. If you look at where we're at, I've got two lines here that I drew. And this is kind of this top of this or the bottom of this gap down, and then kind of where we hit our head on this back in April. And that's what we got to get through. But the trend on this thing, obviously, since August has been up. What's everybody else watching? Anything interesting? Anything we should go check out? Let's see. McDonald's is under 190. Xilinx pulled back a little bit, 96.70. CMG 761. ZM still can't get back over 70. There's 50,000 in volume on those 190 contracts. Those 190 calls for BABA. That's a lot of volume. Let's see. Chemo, you're looking at AMD with its low volatility right now. I'm thinking you're thinking of going long on puts. We talked about AMD a little bit last week. And it's oversold. And you're thinking about a long put. So are you thinking about selling puts? Is that what you mean? Overbought. Okay. Yeah, we talked about AMD last week. And this thing does not hold, typically AMD has not held its gains. So I don't think that's a horrible play. You've got, obviously, let's look at this here, 35.69. Yeah, I would see if this, you got this short-term support here, 34, probably 34.80-ish. Kind of right where it consolidated here, right about where it's at now. And then, potentially 34.25. I mean, I like it. AMD likes to give it back. Your pivot on the 1 minute is down here, 34.67-ish. Let's look at this. Let's look at a 4-hour. What was the high today? 35.34, so it was 20 cents off that high in August, which was all-time high. This move for AMD right here, if it drops down below this 34.71 right here, which was support but also resistance on the way up last week, I think I think you could see some continuation. And it's not at a bad spot here. You know, if it bounces here, finds support, and continues up, you know, you'd know pretty quick that this pullback is not going to continue. It depends on what your time frame is, though. But, you know, I think chances are good that, you know, AMD could pull back, but further. And BG is pulling back here. Those are up about 35%. So it didn't quite make that 141 extension on BG. I still like this. I still like this. AMD all-time high. Oh, 4850 in 2000. Well, I'm not going back that far. I guess we could go look at levels from back then. I don't think they're relevant right now. So I misspoke, sorry. I'm on a 4-hour chart. I can change this to a weekly chart. Here you go. Yeah, 48. Would you say 4850? So you're over the top of this wick from, let's see, that was what, September last year, 3421-ish. You get the top of the wick on this candle from August. Looks like around 3560. If you were going to try, you know, that 3560-ish, maybe your stop or R2 on the weekly, which is all the way up at 3609. On the longer term chart, that's on a weekly chart. It'd be interesting if it could continue to push up and get up to this 3558 and see what it does there. I don't know, you know, if it's going to make it there, but what is Splunk at? 121.01. Any Broncos fans? I mean, I try to be, but it's been hard lately. They did get the win this weekend. Cowboys? I'll let that slide, J-Bug. It's funny, my family was always split between the Redskins and the Cowboys. Half of them like the Redskins, half of them like the Cowboys. Always made Thanksgiving interesting. For whoever you have a bet, Sarah, I don't bet on sports. Tech does quite a bit. Do you follow along with any of the stuff that he posts? I know that's his thing. Right on. I have young kids and don't have time to try to do this, follow this stuff and try to keep up with stats and that sort of thing in sports. I like where this bounced here. No, I could do that, Sarah. I could handle, a $5 bet just for fun or $10 bet or whatever just for fun. But I'm not gonna go like, you know, lay out any significant amount of money. But I agree, when you got something on the table, some skin in the game, it definitely makes it more fun to watch. We did watch UFC on Saturday night, that BMF title fight, which Nate Diaz, they should not have stopped that fight. Should not have stopped that fight. Or maybe they should have. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but he sure didn't want it to stop. Yeah, yeah, chemo. ABBV. I could you imagine being the and I'm well, it's happened to a lot of us, something similar, but being in the group that bought it up here and sold it down in the 60s. I mean, it sucks, right? I don't just think about that, like the news on the Allergen deal. That's good news. That gets overplayed, oversold. And now we've bounced almost $20 from there. If you fall into that group, I am sorry that happened. Hey, Living Trades, thank you. I appreciate it. You rock. Much appreciated. I had the note up there this morning for those of you that don't know. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get Twitch Prime for free and you can subscribe to my channel for free. And then you don't have to watch ads, is basically what it does. And I do get 50% of the subscription. It doesn't cost you anything. So go do it. Or do it for somebody. Go support somebody. I didn't even know that was possible until I started looking into it, and I'm like, oh, I can get this for free? That's cool. Spency, baby, welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. Man, this had a nice bounce down here at S1. Let's see. Good, good. Well, right now I'm looking at SPLK. It had a nice bounce here off S1. 121.42. Currently, I've got above us this 123.23. That has been an area of support and resistance historically. But I like the upside potential here to swing. Lots of room here. I want it out of this 123.51 area. You could actually say, let's see. Yeah, I like this. I like the potential here. Go look at some. Now this is one I would look at something with a little more time on them. See how much they're pricing in. I think we looked at this last week too, and I didn't really see any volume. Nothing that stands out. There's a little bit on the 125s for this week, but I'm not that convinced. There's been a lot of flow in Facebook, some flow in BABA. Our BG swing sold out some of that this morning for a nice gain. As always, ABBV. A couple of us got in some YOLO 85 calls for this week. And Amazon is just cranking. As we know with Amazon contracts, you're trying to buy them on Monday, they're not cheap. Amazon's a tough one for people with smaller accounts, so those contracts are expensive. You want to buy something, even the 1820s, which are only, they're $5 out of the money, but you're going to pay $1,150, $1,160 a contract for those. So it makes it tough. I'm trying to play more of this stuff, here on the live stream. There's other stuff that I'm playing, but I'm trying to, pay more attention to the stuff that either gets asked about or that, people that shouldn't be taking a lot of risk. Maybe have smaller accounts, maybe they're newer. I'm trying to play more of that stuff. And I'm in Amazon Commons thanks to Mr. Pistol Pete. Got me in those in the low 1700s. I shouldn't say he got me in them. He called out that if it gets near 1700 that he was buying some Commons to go long on. S&P cuts Symantec rating to BB from BB plus, off watch, outlook stable. Meh. Now we're over 83. AbbVie has just been the gift that keeps giving. Thanks for the follow and the subscribe. That is awesome. I think I need to put up a goal. See how many of these Twitch Prime subscribers we can get this week and then give away something cool when we hit it. Should we do a black box hoodie or should we do a free month membership to Black Box? What should we do? I gotta figure out what the goal is gonna be. But what would you guys rather see? And Beyond did bounce. I'm not playing this one right now. Just kind of keeping an eye on it. If it gets under 80, could get interesting. Sounds like Roku is selling off. which I'm not watching right now, but oh yeah. So ER tomorrow. Yeah, that's quite the drop. Sarah, I don't either. I don't either. I mean, I've brought that up a few times in Discord and main chat that it doesn't make sense to me. When it was between, Roku and Chromecast, it made sense to me why they were popular because the Chromecast experience was not fun. But now there's just so many good options that I don't get it either. And I think they're going to have to change something to stay relevant. I used to have like Chromecasts on every TV, but now every TV that I have pretty much has everything built in, or has an Xbox or a Shield or something hooked up to it that I don't have a use for. I had a Roku 3 and I haven't had one since. Pete's talking about Comcast. What is Comcast? Didn't they have some news too? I feel like they had thought I saw a headline on them. Oh, it was the one that I read off this morning, something about the Sprint deal, I think. So Pete likes Comcast here around $44, and I can see why. A lot of support here historically. What's up, Bobby? You passed. I see your message. Good morning. The audio was very quiet. Is it still quiet? Or can you hear me okay? Okay, cool. So I'm just going through and putting some stops on a few things that have popped this morning. Longer term positions that I just don't want to. They're nice and green, and I don't want to. I don't want to give them up. I don't want to give up the profit. Holy shit! Max R is at almost $10. Nice. And IRDM is at almost 26. So Pete's buying Comcast contracts. So he's picking up March 4250s. And I typically follow Pete when he talks about these long positions like that. XOM is running. Sweet. We did pick up XOM last week. And they're up 9% so far. You're up 75% on those? What did I pick up? Sarah, what did Tesla do? I haven't even looked at Tesla this morning. Besides the fact, well, I saw the price at like 313 or something. Let's go look at it. Just moved up $7. Yeah, that's a nice move. I don't know what's going on with it, but news headline 2 hours ago. Just Tesla being Tesla, yeah. That makes more sense. Interesting. SYMC. SYMC is green today. least the position that I have. I need to go look at this real quick. What's it doing? And it got news this morning that they were being pulled from the S&P. Broadcom completes acquisition of the Symantec enterprise business. No, I just had somebody message me and say, go look at ANET. What's ANET doing? And news, Marvel stock rallies. As an analyst, give 3 reasons the stock can climb. So what are you looking at on ANET? Yeah, Sarah, I agree. Yeah, Tesla can do that for sure. And our AbbVie 85s are now up 50% from last week. Yeah, I think I'm going to follow him on these Comcast. It may drop a little more, but that 44 should act as support. Yeah, PB, that's Pete's call. Pistol Pete called that out. And I tend to follow his, small positions, but um, I think out of the last like 9 that he's played this way, I think I had one loser. And there was one position I was down like 60% on it at one time, and he was still in it, and it was still like holding support, and it took off. And uh, he went to March and he bought the 4250s for $3.30 or something. But I can see this 44 area was resistance here on the way up. Popped through it, used it as support, tested again, and just blasted through it, and ran to this 47, over 47. So the only thing I'm not sure of, that headline that came out this morning. So Sprint reported. Looks like Sprint just released earnings. Or was that before the bell? It just came through on Fidelity. But there was some headline that Comcast was trying to sue Sprint over something, and maybe they lost or something. I don't know. I didn't pay that close attention to it. There was a few put sweeps coming in for this week. Yeah, and like I said, Pete doesn't play for this week or next week or whatever. He's playing out to March. And he's actually talking about right now that there's been a lot of big put sellers. People selling puts out to January that are willing to take possession of shares. And ANET, BB, if you're listening, see that bounce right there off VWAP this time. Last time it went right through it, but it did bounce here at R1. I just don't like with that big. I mean, I like them, right? And I picked up Commons at 182 that I have a stop in on, but with their not great ER. Somebody called it out last week. Wait, PB? No. Sorry, I was saying BB. um, who's chatting with me in Discord. I'm not sure if he's listening to the live stream. Okay, he is listening. Yeah, somebody called it out last week that when it was down around 187 ish or something, 186, um, that was that was a 24% drop from where it was, and would potentially reflect the 24% drop that they had in their ER in guidance. Yeah. So BB, I like the company. I was talking about this last week. Um, they sell network infrastructure, route switch, and they are one of the companies that, like Facebook was one of their customers. They can sell to those companies. So I'm listening to Discord here at the same time. Okay, he's just talking about Twilio. But yeah, I like the company. Um, and I've liked them for a while. But they did not have good ER. Yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. But if you could go, BB, if you could chat, um, if you're watching Twitch or watching on YouTube, the live stream, if you can chat there, it makes it easier. So I don't have to. No big deal. If Discord is easier for you, that's fine too. And for those of you that aren't Black Box members, I do have a private Discord server that I set up just for people on this stream. Which is that link right there. And if I know you and you'd rather hop on voice and ask a question than type it out, we can do that as well. All right, I'm gonna go back and look at. Let's see what XOM is doing. That's a nice run. What PB? Which XOMs? Let's see. What happened with that? You have January $1775 calls, Bobby. Yeah, that's what I am holding. I must have already been in them. Because I am not. I don't have the gains that like PB has. He's up 75%. PB, are you in the same ones? Are you in the January 75s as well? Or did you pick up something different? So Pete is also picking up Commons on Comcast. I need to look up this that SYMC deal I was buying for that Broadcom buyout that did take place, but I don't know when you get the data, what the data record is on shares. You're supposed to get shares of Broadcom for owning shares of SYMC. But that's all I was waiting on. It says, just get another headline. Broadcom closes on acquisition, which we already saw. But I'm trying to find the, if anybody knows the date. How long do I got to hold these things? Yeah, I know. McDonald's new CEO. Yeah, their previous CEO just got fired for having a relationship with an employee or something. I'm going to ask in Discord and see if anybody knows the answer to that question on SYMC. Is anybody following, out of curiosity, that the SYMC Broadcom deal? It says they closed today, and you're supposed to get shares in AVGO for owning shares in SYMC. I'm just curious if anybody knows detail on that, like what the record of the date is that you. How long do I have to hold these things? And if you don't know, that's great. That's all I was holding out for. But I've been looking for it and I haven't found it yet. So I figured I'd just ask in case somebody knows. Thanks for the follow, Harlan. Good morning. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find the date. Um, but I'm guessing with the way that this is dropping that that's what I'm concerned about is that okay, I don't have to at this point, but I haven't seen any. Let's see. And most of the articles that I find are older. So BB, see if ANET can hold this view app here if you're interested in it. But as I mentioned, that 24% ish drop. Now we're above that. Just something to keep in mind. I don't know, how much this has to gain back after pulling back off that gap down in the short term. I like them, overall, which is why I picked up Commons closer to 180 that I'm gonna sit on, planning to. I have a stop in on those, but so nobody answered me on the if I put a goal in for Twitch subscribers and we hit that goal and I give something away, would you rather see a black box hoodie or a free month of black box? Let's see if this article tells me. The company has transferred the Symantec brand to AVGO and changed its name to NLOK, Norton LifeLock. So as of tomorrow, Symantec will trade under NLOK. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about the dividend. And sorry guys, I got to figure this out because I've got some shares that I'm holding and I want to know if I gotta keep them. And ANET broke through VWAP there. It didn't hold it. Could be interesting. Let's keep an eye on it. If it gets down here, see if it hits that 188.51-ish area. Otherwise, above 192, might be interesting. If it gets to this area, I'd see if it bounces or if it's gonna continue down. That's an interesting area to watch. Below 188.51 or above 192.24 to see some direction. Amazon 1812. What's our ZM doing today? Is it still under 70? Yeah, 69.72. Go back and look at BG. What's it doing? Let's get BG over 56. That would be cool. So that 69.51 line that I have there, let's go look at ZM again. Let's go look at the rainbow chart again. Let's look at this on a daily. Right now, pretty flat, but the wicks are definitely longer down. They're trying to push this thing up, hold it up. It looks like. I'm going to put an alert on here up over 70 bucks. Zoe4X, good morning. Welcome back. Man, if anybody could tell me on SYMC that that information, you would get a cheer. I don't know why it's so hard to find. Analyst actions, UBS cuts price target of ANET to 200 from 285. So we're trading below that. Just calling that out. It just came through. And guys, I'm going to have to call because I just cannot find this information. So I think I'm going to have to call him. So sorry, I'm going to go on mute for just a minute. I got to call him and get this information. Something else. Hey Terrence, I'm trying to figure out. I own shares, commons in SYMC, and there's supposed to be a special dividend on this merger deal with AVGO. I think it's like $12 a share. I'm trying to figure out. I can't find it anywhere. Like, what is the date of record of basically how long do I got to hold these to get that special dividend? Well, there you have it. So E-Trade didn't know either. They couldn't tell me. And it hasn't been posted on the investor relations page yet. So his advice, the guy at E-Trade, his advice was, well, I would just hold it until you get the payout. It's supposed to be $12 a share. Um, so for every share of Symantec, you were supposed to get $12, a special dividend of $12 a share. But initially they said that it would be on the close of the deal, on the completion, which is the news that came through today, is that it has been completed. They weren't expecting to complete that deal until Q1 next year. So it looks like it's already done. But I don't know. I can't, like I said, I can't find any information on if there's like a data record. So no further along as far as that information is concerned, unfortunately. And sorry, you guys are going to have to hear this twice because I'm going to just let the folks here in Discord in Black Box know. So I called E-Trade on this SYMC deal, and you're supposed to get a special dividend at $12 a share was the deal, and they had announced that they would pay it out upon completion of the deal, which the news that came through today was that it was completed. E-Trade didn't have any information, they weren't able to help, and basically just said, well, we just would suggest if you want the special dividend that you hold the shares until you get it. I was like, all right, that's not helpful. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was not worth the 15 minutes I spent listening to hold music to find that out. That's all right. I saw that. I saw that while I was on hold. Um, yeah, give me like let's if you can just send me a little information on like what's going on so I can get that, and then I can probably help you at lunchtime. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let me know what's going on. I tend to provide tech support to the mods in Black Box and anyone else seemingly that's asked for help. As long as it's a PC question, if it's a Mac question, I probably can't help you. Actually, I'm going to email I might just try to call this person, their IR person. I am going to do that. Maybe she can tell me something. Not surprising, the IR phone number goes straight to voicemail. I'm sure they're getting a lot of calls today, but I'll just shoot her an email. Hello? Sarah Johnson has great news for me. I don't know who Sarah Johnson is, but she has great news. All right. I'm done looking at that. Did everything I could do. I gave it my best shot to find out the information. EXO up, GN calls up 140%. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Like I said, I got in higher than everyone else. Apparently, I was already in those. But they're up 40%, so not bad. Let's take another look. Yeah, XOM looks nice. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the video because that was from Friday, wasn't it, Bobby? Weren't those from Friday? Could potentially, this was resistance. I want to say that area has been several times. This 7150s. No? Let's look at this. Let's look at a weekly. Yeah, you're coming up on this area that was support here. That was back in 2015 on the weekly chart. We're already through that. So the 7160s and then the 7265-ish area that was support and then pause there, a little bit of resistance. So we could see some resistance in that area. But yeah, XOM is just cranking today. Looks good. Cree alerted this morning. And we just got, when was that? About 20 minutes ago, Apple put roulette bearish alert. And it looks like Facebook is trying to come back. And actually, all right, for this one, I'm just going to set an alert down here in case it starts dropping. I can afford to give this some downside if it does happen, just because of that $12 a share dividend that I have no idea when it's going to hit. But let's go look at Facebook. So I like that it retraced this gap. Didn't completely fill it, but pretty close. Let's see if we can get Facebook. Where are we at? 194.75. If it crosses 195, I want to go back and take a look at it. And we just got a repeater bearish on PFE. What are they buying? 37.50s out to December for 60 cents. Is right here at S2 on the 1 minute, 5 minute. Maybe if we can get a pullback. And they're buying December 6th, 37.50 puts. 57 by 58 right now. Roulette bearish on NetApp. And they are buying $58 puts, weeklies at $1.15. 56. I got the bottom of that gap around 57.46 right there, and we're above that. The top of this channel, that's all the way up at 59.70. And where did we reject here? 58.70, 58.61, 58.70 and 58.61. There's the alert on PFE, or my alarm. I'm going to go back and take a look at it in just a second. I want to put something on this NetApp chart. So we just crossed below the 200 on the 1 minute. Seven. I'm gonna let it get to the bottom of this wick here and see what it does. And there's a bounce on PFE. Let's see what if those contracts have moved at all. These were the December 6th 37.50s, 71 by 82. No, 52 by 55. Sorry, I was looking at the 38s. 52 by 55. So if you like that play, you can get in a little cheaper now on this pullback. And I do. You know, you've got this. Maybe this is your stop up here if it gets above this 38.51-ish. If you want to give it just a little more room, you know, 38.44 as your stop. It did find support. Same place it did last week. Did bounce at that 38.14. That was last week as well. I like it. I think you don't have to give it too far as your stop goes to know if this trade's going to work or not. I mean, personally, anything above 38.40, I'd probably Yeah, that 38.44 area. If it gets above that, I'd get out. Mythical, doing well for Monday morning. How are you? Welcome back. Facebook didn't quite make it. Didn't quite make it up there to trigger that. And for now, ZM is kind of stuck. Right there. Right in that channel, 69.61 to 69.93. Really want to see that over 70. And these PFEs, December 6th. So they got a little time on them. They got a month on them. Let me go look at that flow. Because I think that, oh, that was repeater bearish. Let's see what we got. So there is a call sweep, 20K. Just one. 30K put sweep. 40K put sweep. $14K, 30K. I mean, these all came in within a minute or two of each other. All right, and here's your NetApp. I think that was a roulette. Yeah, that was a roulette bearish. So now we've crossed below the bottom of this wick. Where is she gonna bounce? If you want to play that one, I like it. But that 57.74-ish, maybe a little higher than that is your stop. And NetApp I've talked about quite a bit as to, these companies that are kind of going against, this is on-premise infrastructure, right? The AWS is not using NetApp for their customers. The bigger cloud service providers are not using, they're not buying NetApp storage for their customers. I feel like these companies that do on-premise storage, I mean, they try to tie into cloud products, but eventually, I think they phase out long term. So the Apple puts right now are the biggest gainer on the day. And Friday, it was the Apple calls that just went crazy. I might try this PFE, just I like the risk reward. I like that it pulled back a little bit. I'd like it up even a little higher maybe, but you know, it rejected kind of right in there. That was support earlier. Looks like has now become resistance. T Caballero, thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining. All right, and ZM is now over 70. And getting pushed back down. Let's see how this next candle comes in. But this one could be interesting. I'm going to watch this next candle. And see what it does. And look at that. I'm going to go look at those again. Weekly contracts. Nice pop. The 71s are only $1. That's not bad. Not really any volume. 72s are 75 by 85. And the 70s are 155 by 170. But not really any volume on these. The only thing that I don't like here, let's see, so the 70s are 155 by 170, and you got another, so the 71s are 40 cents cheaper about, so if this thing goes up $1 today, you might make 40 or 50 cents a contract. So I don't know if it's, you know, but I do like it. I like the way that the chart is set up. And at over 70, you know, you'd want to see it. You'd want to see it hold up there. I mean, it's come down, you know, below it. Didn't hold here this morning. But I think you could play it here and use, you know, maybe 69.95 as the stop. It seems like that's kind of a lot, like those 71s at $1.10 by $1.20. I mean, it's only Monday, which is why there's still premium on them, like there is. But I think there's room, to the upside here. If we've turned around, I think we've got room here to the upside, near 73. But it's down. It's red on the day so far. It has not been able to reclaim. Where did this thing pop to? 70.85 this morning. I like it. So I'm going to take a shot on these 71s. Small position. And I want to watch it if it gets back down here under 70. So not saying you should do it, but I'm going to give it a shot. I like the way it's set up. What's our BG doing? Set some alerts here. See if it can break 60. Or if it starts dropping 55.70. And we'll go back and take a look at it if it hits either one of those areas. AbbVie is over 83. See if it can get back over this 83.17, 83.18-ish. 83.17 high day. Still in the 85s. All right, and XOM obviously is just continuing to crank because I'm now at 54%. That means that PB and Bobby, you got to be up a ton if you're still in those. And Bobby, were those from Friday? No, I don't think I ever saw an answer on that. I think that was Friday. When 158%. PB, were those on Friday? I can't remember. Friday? Okay. And do you remember if we got like an alert on that, or did somebody mention it, or was it just something that I just go back and I mean, I'll go back and watch the video and see where that came from. There's a pullback. JP Morgan lifts BABA to 235 from 230. Yeah, PB, I don't either. But I'm going to go back and check that out. I think what it was is somebody asked if Pete was in them, or maybe I asked if Pete was still in them. I don't remember. We went and looked. Um, and then I think we looked at the chart. I know he's been in them for a long time. This these candles coming into Facebook looking like it wants to make a run here. Bottomed out down there at that 193.85 at least for today. Filled most of this gap. And BABA, quite the pullback. Double bottom there, 178.10. And crawling back. We need to clear that 83.10. The top of this wick. Let's get over that and then hopefully it'll go try high day again. Haven't looked at Microsoft today. Wow. Up over 144, going for 145. High day over 145 on that pop this morning. Oh, right at 145 it rejected. What's up, Anki? Anki, were you the one asking me about how to listen in with your phone screen off? Can't remember who was asking, but I noticed on the Twitch app there is an option, for anyone that was wondering, there is an option in the Twitch app to allow the audio to play even if your phone screen's off or Twitch is in the background. And somebody was asking about that last week. But have a great day. Glad you could stop by. You'll have to show off that black box hoodie when you get it. Anki was the winner of the last contest for the swag, which was for the 100th subscriber on YouTube. And for anybody listening, we started this a couple weeks ago, week before last. It's fairly new. But I like the group that's in here. Europe. Oh yeah, I saw that. The 158. Bobby, where are you at on your XOM calls? Because you were up 140% a while ago. All right, those BG calls, we're still at about 54%. Hello?
Hi, how are you today? My name is Jessica.
Block. Junk. Twitter suspends accounts linked to Hamas. Accounts that are linked to an Iranian militant group. I'm listening on Discord. They're talking about some ETFs for longer term investment. They're talking about VGENX. In the top 10 holdings, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Total, BP, Royal Dutch, Marathon Petroleum, Diamondback, Pioneer, TC, and Suncor. I'm going to let you guys hear this for those of you that aren't Black Box members. Pistol Pete talking about VGENX.
49, 30, 49, 32, 50, 25. Let me actually put this one in there because this will give you your, and then on the downside as well, I'll put some other support, 2 more support lines in. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. I'll take a look at that in a sec.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. This is very helpful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the rule of 72, guys, it's a formula that's used to calculate. So you look on average, let's say a fund's been around for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and it'll say since inception. If it's averaged 12%, you divide 72 by 12, every 6 years your money doubles. If it's averaged 3% divided by 12, or excuse me, by 72, the rule of 72, every 24 years your money doubles. If you average 6%, every 72 divided by 6, every 12 years.
So we get some of those too, where conversations on longer term stuff.
And the 50, 40, 90. The upside is at 48, 18, 49, 32, 50, 25, 52, 18. And the 52, 18 is a very, very.
Right. Okay.
Because you can see it goes back to 2016. And then 2017, it became resistance. Then we broke out and it came down. We consolidated there again. So that 52.18. And also, it looks like, 50% retracement, that 59 highs to the 40 lows. We came back halfway and then it just sold off. Yeah, it's the right shoulders here. It's not text because you want the right shoulder to be, higher than the left shoulder, but there is some technical structure. When I tell people about long term, guys, we're in the lunch hour. If you see anything important, please cut me off. Yeah, so textbook, you'd want the right shoulder to be higher than the left shoulder. But the pattern, it's still there. You could have sideways, they don't have to be perfect. Even support and resistance lines, unless you're 1 minute scalping type stuff, 3 to 5 minutes, it's like taking a big fat magic marker when you draw that support. They're going to overshoot. It's not always exact. When it is, it's kind of like, wow, it's surprising. But, keep that in mind. Fine. 90 years, it's averaging 8.5%. So it's got a fee, it's a 38 basis points. So let's call it 8% divided by 72. Every 9 years, your money doubles. So if you take $10,000, you average 12%. In a matter of 48 years, you get 8 doubles. 72 divided by 12 is 6. 6 into 48, you get 8 doubles. Your 10 grand is $2.56 million. If you average 3% divided by 72, that's 24 years, right? So every 24 years, your money doubles. So that same 10 grand, if you average 3%, you get 2 doubles in 48 years, you'd be at $40,000 versus 2.56 million. And then from 50, 55 up to 60 years, aggressive, moderate. And then from 60 up to and including retirement, you would go from moderate to conservative. And that's all based on your current situation. People have the misconception that I didn't do anything when I was young, so I need to get aggressive now. That's not what you do. You got to ask yourself, well, what does my chair look like? How many legs do I have? And the legs are sources of income. So one side, the legs are savings, real estate, businesses, discretionary funds into stocks. And you look at that and you're like, you know what? I saved all my life. I've got pieces of property everywhere. I've got a business. I don't need my retirement funds. I can stay aggressive forever. If you're like, oh crap, you know what? I didn't save. I don't have property. I don't have anything. Come 50 years old, you need to go from aggressive to moderate. So now instead of looking for funds that average greater than 9%, you're looking for funds that average 5 to 8% over time. And then, from 60 years old, 55 to 60 years old, again, depending on your chair, how comfortable you are, then you would revert back to conservative from your moderate stance. So you would go seek funds that average 1 to 4% rate of return. I fly with guys sometimes and they're like, oh, my guy only got me 6%. I'm like, well, dude, you're 60 years old. I mean, that's good unless you told him to do something else. Yeah, I'm still long Salesforce option challenge. And I'll look at, here's Salesforce. Now what you want to see on Salesforce, you want to see back, right, guys? Here, I'll take a picture here. And this is textbook. This is textbook technical analysis 101. All right. And I've shared this with you guys multiple times. Understand patterns. Pattern recognition is huge. All right. So we have so if you're not intraday trading this thing, sit on hands is good and wait for it to pull back to that previous. You guys can see that downtrend red line, the uptrend green line. That is what's known as a pennant. We broke to the upside. So that area, which was resistance, we will now look for that to act as support. So when it comes down there, that's where you're going to be sitting waiting for this thing. around the 154 to 152 half, 153 area, you're going to look for that area to hold as support, which was previous resistance. So here is a daily chart. Right? We break it down from a monthly, weekly, daily, and then to your time frame, so you understand. And also, what we're doing today is putting in a bearish engulfment, which does not bode well for the bulls. But also understand this thing went the move it's had. All right, so here's the daily. So when you look at the move for this thing to pull back, no sweat, nothing to stress here. This thing, other than evaluation, that's argumentative. They are, rich, but this thing moved up 13.97% in 9 trading sessions. So less than 2 weeks, up almost 14%. So, guys, it's healthy for stocks to pull back. You want them to pull back if you're in them. You don't want this thing to not have any structure. It goes up, goes up, goes up, and then one day it just loses everything. Right? So if it goes up and back and fill, back and fill, up and fill, that's what you want to see.
So there you go, a little knowledge from Pistol Pete. That last one was CRM, if you were listening in. He was talking about the CRM chart. So that BG alert, I am down to the BG position. I am now down to a quarter of the original size. So I guess there was just some news that the CPO, the Chief People Officer, is leaving the company. in the wake of the CEO's departure. That's interesting. Well, it looks like the news. People don't care about the CPO leaving. There's a nice little pop on ZM. Anyone else seeing anything out there they want to look at? It is lunchtime, so Thoughts on Baba? It's moving slow, Rift. I believe they had some price target upgrades today. We did get a lot of bullish flow on it this morning. It's got to clear this 179.71-ish. To have a chance, but I think this one could be good this week. There's Splunk alert. I don't like that it gets this big when it hit this resistance, this big red candle with a lot of volume on it to the downside. It's being pushed down from that level, but I like it. I followed an alert this morning that's red, small position that I'm gonna give it some more time and see what happens here, but it rejected right at that 200 MA several times. I mean, this is going to be a tough area to get through here. Come on, give it a pop. Are you playing it, Rift? Or are you just looking at it? And what are you looking long term, intraday, swinging it just for the week? But yeah, it's definitely, I like that it kind of double bottomed here, this 178, just above 178. But if you give me some context around what you're looking at and what you're trying to do with it, your time frame and stuff, then we can talk about it in the right time frames. Looks like it's on an uptrend, not playing it yet, but I saw rising through and flat tops. Yeah. Yeah, I mean your resistance here, R2 on the daily is up at 183, kind of where the top of those wicks are where I drew that line, 184.23 area. Would be tough. We got to get through 180. We're through these other lines I had, 179.74 and 178.19. But this, I mean, you can see this area has been resistance starting back in May on the daily chart. If we look at the weekly, see if that tells us anything different. Definitely a point of contention here has been support. I mean, look how much time it spent from October, actually, the first time it touched that, September 2017 until April of 2018. You know, it popped above and came right back down to this line. Popped above, came right back down to this line. Now we're below it. You know, this is going to be a tough area to get through. But let's look at I mean, that was a hell of a run there. Yeah, we got to, I mean, got to get through that resistance there to keep this run moving. Don't be surprised, you know, if it pulls back again and tests this trend. I mean, that's on the weekly chart, so but as it curls up, coils up, and gets closer to the point of this trend line and where it's topping right there, gonna get a move somewhere. So next line, intraday on Facebook that I show, this 195.14. Tesla's taking a drop, I guess. This thing's just moving. This is, you know, moving pretty slow. It's that this resistance up here is real. So it really needs to break out of this flat top. And that Tesla 320, almost 321, has rejected twice. And support today has held twice right here around 317.50. Roku is another one you've been, yeah, the volatility on Roku is crazy. And if I usually tell, I don't know you or what you trade or your experience level or whatever, but Roku can be scary. And Roku is, they got ER coming up. So, so if Roku is something that you're interested, keep in mind that it's they got ER coming up. And yes, Master Tomasito, yes, I do think that, you know, cat is a little extended here. I can tell you that we were long commons in cat from about 115, 116-ish, and I'm not in them at this point. But let me look at, let's pull cat up on the weekly. So cat is over, you know, these previous areas of resistance on the weekly. So I would wait. If you're thinking about swinging puts, you know, maybe just give it a little bit of, get some confirmation, you know, that it's going to turn around, because that's something you can play for a while. You know, you don't have to play that just intraday. Obviously, you're talking about swinging puts. I would want to see some confirmation that it's turning around, but it's passed through these previous levels of resistance. You know, if it continues and you're swinging puts, you know, you could be over, in the next 2 weeks, you could be over 150. But I agree. Let's look at this on a 1 hour chart here. Look at the hourly chart right here. You got to break 145.54 to the downside or 146.40 48 to the upside on the hourly chart here to get a move in either direction. And that's not a huge range, right? You're talking about about $1 range. So I would wait for it to break out of that at least on this 1 hour chart. I mean, wait for it to break those levels, right? On a 1 minute, maybe confirm on a 5 minute with a couple of candles in the direction that you're looking to go, to give you that confirmation. But right here, I just don't, looking at this, it's like, okay, there is some more room to the upside. It could continue this move. See if it goes up and tests this 146.48 again and rejects it again. And actually, okay. Yeah, Master, I like to do that. I just like to see where it is on the, on the bigger picture of where it's at, what it's doing. I'm also going to set up an alert in case it gets down here. Again, will be interesting for a long position, but it looks like it's, at least for now, it's broken out of this price channel. Yep, that's what I just set up some alerts, tell me to go back and look at it. I mean, I just, I've got the weekly up and I'll zoom in and out of it. And really what I look at, like if I'm looking at a weekly chart like that, right now I don't really care about, these areas down here in the 80s, 85s aren't really relevant, at least for now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use Thinkorswim. But yeah, on TradingView, I can just scroll in and out and see. And I shouldn't say that those other areas are irrelevant because I'm sure they're not if you did all the math and mapped it all out. But at least for near-term support and resistance, I'm more worried about, I like to see the long-term trend. And I also like to see the areas that have been areas where, it's shown multiple times, that this is an area of interest. There's going to be some action. All right, Facebook, what are you going to do for the rest of the day? Look at this on the 2-hour chart. It holding that 191 area. It's interesting. So we're at 195.24. The Woody pivot is at 196.65 on a 5-minute chart, but R1, 195.23. And now it's above. The technical page, Bobby, you, on the right-hand side underneath your watch list, right under the ticker, where it shows you the day range, the 52-week range, the technical analysis, there's a little button that says more. You just click that button. And I just like it because I can take a quick glance at the different pivots depending on, you know, the pivots that you use or look at or like. I like to just kind of glance at them, shows you where it's at, in comparison to the moving averages. So it just gives you a quick peek. Just eyeing some Facebook, pricing out the contracts. Should be getting back from lunch. BG still has not been able to cross over this. This 55.90, what was high? 55.98. So far stuck. ZM 7036. And those 71s are just barely green. See if we can get the pop above VWAP here on Facebook, and then that 195.69. What's our ExxonMobil looking like? Let's get that pop over VWAP. Come on. Come on, Facebook. You can do it. Nice move on ZM there. got in it this morning, but go take a peek at ZM. Look at what it's doing. Mm-hmm. And Facebook's getting interesting here. Can't cross over. It's struggling with the view app. Watching on a 1 minute. It's right at view app. Goldman Sachs raises price target on BABA to 255 from 253. For anyone interested. Let's see if BG is going to go make this 56 break. There we go. Broke 56 on BG. Now 5601, 5602. Let's see if we can get a little more. A little more out of it. $6.05. All right, now you should be up nicely on those. If you're still in, I still have very small position left. But I'll just use 56. And those were what, out to, how did we buy those out? Out to December? I mean, we got some time on these. Yeah, maybe let that breathe a little bit. Give it a little room. There was a repeater bearish on BX December 20th. $50 puts. Paying 76 cents. And that's why it's right here at, on the daily has hit that, previous resistance, but this 5304 level that acted as support. Where did it get down to? 52.96, under 53. If it gets back under 53, that could continue. They bought on this pullback here, and it rejected 34. Just barely, the wick just barely broke that, didn't make it above VWAP. And you've also got a pivot a fib pivot right here, 53.44. So I like that play. Using VWAP or this pivot as your stop. You could even use a little lower, this 53.32 area where it got that little pop. If you want to be more conservative with it. Where's Amazon at? 1809. Yeah, Bobby, I heard the YNDX alert. I played that once before. It's like a Russian internet company. I just don't know enough of the last time I played it was literally just on the alert. Um, and it did not work. It did not work out, but that doesn't mean, it won't this time. It's definitely. So there was an alert on cat that I had set up for whoever was looking at cat or interested in cat. Your alarm just went off. But yeah, I mean, you maybe see some resistance. 34.63, 34.92 on that YNDX. I'm not going to follow that one just because I don't know much about them other than they are like a Russian-based internet company. This thing's already ran, quite a bit. So I'm not going to mess with it. Let's go see what CAT is doing. Yeah, so it hit the alert on to the upside. Keep an eye on, what it does here if it pulls back. I mean, whoever was asking about puts, like, you're going against, the trend for the day. But as we called out, it's in an area it's broken through an area that was previously resistance. So I'd still wait for confirmation. Got Pete in Discord just talking about how flat. Again, like, the tick isn't doing much. It's been pretty flat. Did I get? Yeah, I got some CMC, some Comcast CMCSA. I actually was gonna go look at it because there was some repeater bearish flow. Ours are like out to March, but I was gonna take a glance at it. I'm watching Facebook at the moment. I picked up a little bit, so I'm playing that one right now. The March. They were the March CMCSA. Hey, thanks, Woody. They were the March 20th 4250s, which I followed. I followed Pete on that. What do I think about a short on Apple? I mean, I already know it's high without looking at the chart, but are you thinking swinging something or are you thinking intraday? I mean, it's held that 255.45. It held it really well. Swing. What's your reasoning? Just because it's at all-time highs and it's ran? Or do you have something else besides the fact that it was announced that there's another competitor coming into the Japanese market? 52-week high. Yeah, I don't I don't short stuff just because it's at highs, because it might run more. Until you get some sort of move, like decent move to the downside. Um, I mean, not saying it's not gonna pull back. See what it does up here. If it makes it back up to 257, that 257.80ish area. See what it does up there. You know, maybe, you know, this area was an area of contention on the 15-minute chart. See what it does. See if it pushes back down. Now, if you're just wanting to take a stab at it, this isn't a bad area because, you know, where it's at on the 15-minute chart, obviously being at the highs, it'd be better up a little higher. But I don't short stuff just because it's high. Yeah, I would just be, you know, concerned that if it gets above this 257, it can continue this run. I don't know that it will. I don't know that it won't. It, you know, it may reject this area right here, but, you know, you're still going against the trend until it starts trending the other direction. If you're talking longer term, like a long-term swing, I would still wait for, if just me, I would play it a little more conservative and I would wait for some sort of confirmation that this run is over. Wait for it to start getting pushed down, like on a 1 hour, 2 hour time frame, something like that. Even 30 minutes. But with the rally, this run that Apple's had, you know, it's kind of like catching a falling knife the other direction, right? When it's on the way down, the people that are just buying it because it's beat up, and then it drops further and further, and they're like, it's got to turn around, it's got to turn around. So I would wait for it to give you some confirmation that it's going to pull back. And then you've got this fib pivot on the 2 hour down at 249.81. But don't let me stop you just because I'm not doing it. I mean, I like, you know, the risk versus reward. If you were, you know, talking about intraday where it's at here, you'd know pretty quick if you're wrong, which I like. But that 255.48 area has held twice. You're stuck in that channel right now. You're stuck in that area for the day. For sure, Sarah. For sure. All right, BG now 56.15. You could move your stop up from 56. Maybe to 56, another nickel, 56.05. Sarah, yeah, probably. Now, if it's at all-time highs and, some crappy news comes out, then yeah, short the hell out of it. And this is what a lot of stuff looks like right now. That big pop this morning, a little pullback, and just kind of flat, which goes along with, what the tick is doing, what the internals are doing, advancers versus decliners, all that stuff is kind of flat. What's a good website for reliable news? Most of the news that I get either comes from Fidelity or The Fly. And if you're not, so while we have a minute here, I use Blackbox. This is the platform that I use for alerts and stuff. Most of what I trade are, we're watching these flow alerts, we're watching the options flow come in, but it also has news from The Fly built right into it, which is kind of nice, really nice. So this is where I get a lot of the news that, if I'm looking at a ticker, I can type it in. As long as I'm on the news tab, I get to see the news for that ticker. But a lot of people use The Fly for news. Briefing. I usually read. E-Trade has a pretty nice briefing that happened, and it's not briefing.com or anything like that, but it's got a pretty nice breakdown of market conditions, tickers with news, that sort of thing, that gets updated pretty quickly in the mornings. And I'll usually take a glance at that and see what's going on. But then, TradingView, I use TradingView to trade, and it also has news headlines, down here. They don't tend to come through as quickly as I get them like through Fidelity or E-Trade or the Fly. And guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break or so, and I will be right back. And I have a pistachio that I dropped earlier. Recovery complete. All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Based on the liquidity here and the movement of things, I'm guessing not a ton. BG, another little pop. and just keeps going high day. Keep going. Here's Pistol Pete's chart on the 15-minute on BABA. Uber earnings will be fun to watch after hours. No, we haven't talked about that. We haven't talked about Uber earnings. Let's go look at Uber. Not that I'm gonna play it. But let's go look. With everything else up today and it taking a drop, I don't think people are expecting anything good. Now, who wasn't it, Uber or was it Lyft that said that they were ahead of schedule as far as achieving profitability? I can't remember which one it was. That was Lyft. I mean, that doesn't mean that Uber's in the same. So something about the price is lower than pre-IPO investors. Yeah, I don't know what the pre-IPO price was. I do not remember. Oh, Lyft. It was on my desk. Yeah, Uber could be interesting. I wonder what the expected move. I'd have to go look. I don't know what the expected move on Uber is. Out of curiosity. And what chart am I looking at here? This is this is that BX? I have a chart up on another oh no, it's CRE. Okay. I was looking at this one because we had an alert on it this morning. That alert's up about 17%. And it popped through, it double topped right there and then popped through just barely. Sorry, Uber price lower. Oh, okay, gotcha. $4 move. So they just had earnings last week. Let's look at this chart. Longer time frame. Sitting at 48.57. PG 56.05. maybe I like this above 50, but yeah, it looks like down around that 41 area, the bull stepped in and said, okay, that's low enough. $41.50 on the daily there. Yeah, I can see why they bought it. We did get an alert on Cree. I'm not chasing it here at high day, but what did they buy? They bought the 11/15/49s for $1. But definitely resistance up there, 52-54 area. But that's another couple dollars you have potentially to the upside. But like I said, I'm not chasing it up here. And somebody just said Ulta was moving today. Go take a look at that. Ulta is high day. But this thing it's been making these pops and then it retracts. I mean, I think there was a lot of people up here in the 260s that thought that, okay, we're going to go up and capture some of this gap. You know, you could see Ulta, where are we at? 237.11. Kind of right in the middle of this cluster here, this area here. Keep getting burned on Ulta for that reason. All pops seems sold. Yeah. Yep. Agree. it just doesn't seem like it's ready yet. It's not ready to come back yet. When you think it might start for a gap fill, it gets sold, yeah. I mean, I've done well on Alta a few times, but yeah, every time it starts to go on a run, it gets sold off. And everybody's saying the same thing, just that everything is really slow today. Neo, what's up? Nice to see you here. How's your day going so far? First day off, 4 on, 4 off thing. Oh, okay. Well, you missed a big pot this morning and then just a lot of not a whole lot. We did well on XOM swing from last week and the BG swing. And I'm currently in Facebook, but I'm going to be watching to see if it can now break back over that 195.96. Baba getting a little pop that'll probably get pushed right back down again, but we'll see. Tempted to play Apple 255 while in bed when they were $2.65. Yeah, that's when I have to do that to myself too. Like if I'm not in a place where I can watch something and I'm not sure, it's like a low win rate when I just, chase something based off of, something I see come across on my phone or whatever. Although I need to go to the dentist more because I'm 3 for 3 in 100% gainers while I'm at the dentist. I don't know why that's working out. Yeah. Isn't that frustrating when you get interrupted? Yeah, I have dentist luck, I guess. I don't know why. They put CNBC on the ceiling, so I'm laying back watching the TV, and I'll pull out my phone and I, for whatever reason, yeah. Sprint swings to higher than expected loss and revenue misses views. Just came through. And Sprint is down. It's at 612. It's a $6 stock. It's down 18 cents. It doesn't move a lot. And somebody just called out that BABA broke VWAP to the upside. Yes, it did. You like Netflix to the downside? I haven't looked at Netflix today. Alta is, yeah. Alta's being Alta. The only thing could see a VWAP retest, yeah. See if you can get a break here. At least for intraday, like to scalp it. That 293.71-ish. Maybe even this 293.87 where it's sitting right now. Get it out of this. Get it out of that range right there. Otherwise, you're just going to get chopped back and forth. I like it. I like the potential there. But you get stuck in this range right now, like everything else. Let's go look at it a little closer. Maybe you'll get a rejection off the 34 here on the 1 minute. But it's just stuck. MA is back in its swinging range. It likes to go to 280 or higher and then back to this. Give me a second and I'll go look at MA. PCG halted volatility halt. Ooh. Look at that drop. PCG. They start another fire or something? Alright, let's go look at MA. So you say it likes to go to 280 or higher and then back to this area that it's at now. Dan, what, Dan? What are you referring to? PCG? I don't know if there's news. It just took a big drop. Yeah.